day, good day. Hello. Let me know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can any of you hear me? All right, great. Happy to hear that you can hear me. Uh, Lillian, hi Lillian, welcome. I'm guessing this is the first time you are joining us, Lillian. This is probably the first time I'm seeing you in the chat. Right? How are you doing? And how is everyone? Oh, okay, cool. You're welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing? Hi, Jordan. How are you doing, Jordan? Uh, it's quite unfortunate today I couldn't start on time. I think for the past couple of days, I've been very tired and a bit sleep deprived. Hi, Enoch. How are you doing? So yesterday I decided that I was going to rest well today. I mean, when I was going to bed, and I needed to even reset my alarm. I forgot. So around 6, my alarm woke me up. I said, no, today I need to get some more sleep if I want to be productive today. So I went to turn the alarm off and slept for 2 more hours. So that is how come I didn't get to start the stream on time. Yeah, but now I'm fit, strong, and fit to do everything that I need to do today. And hopefully, we have some interesting discussions. For those of you who are joining for the first time, once again, you're welcome, and we're happy to have you join the stream. For your sake, I will just talk about the stream and what we do here so that at least you are aware. And if it's the first time you are coming across content from me, let me take the opportunity to introduce myself to you. I am Obeda Onia from Ghana and currently working as a software engineer with the ALS team. My role in ALS is actually the curriculum analyst and also doing my master's in health informatics. And the purpose of this stream is I keep saying that to serve as a prep room for people who are interested in learning and wants the motivation to keep learning. So we gather here every day, Monday to Friday, and we keep ourselves motivated to keep learning. But the additional benefits we get is we get to have various discussions on just about any topic at all. But more importantly, the things that you're stuck on, we try to trash them together. So if you're learning any concept at all and you're struggling with it, we are happy to go over it together and explain things together. Aside the things that you're learning, any other thing that bothers you that you feel we can talk about or you need some guidance on, we are happy to talk about them. So for the past 1 month and some days that we've been streaming live, we've talked about a wide range of topics, very interesting conversations on here. And because of that, I really enjoy being here every single day. So, you are highly welcome to joining us. And the session is such that we're going to be here for about 5 to 6 hours. And within that 5 to 6 hours, we have individual sessions where each session is made up of a focus session and a break. So during the focus session, you are supposed to be focused learning or working, depending on what you are doing at this point in time. So you would see me on my computer, also either working or learning. And you do that for 60 minutes. After 60 minutes, we take a break. And during the break, we have discussion on various things. The questions that comes up in the chat, we talk about everything, almost everything, at least things that we all are interested in. So, you're welcome once again, and I guess we can start today's stream. To begin the stream, I usually start by welcoming everyone and maybe share some thoughts if I have any, or pick up any questions that has been dropped before we go to start our first focus session. So you're all welcome. Mayowa, I can see you around. Michael, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm also glad that you are here. All right. Yesterday, before I slept, as usual, I tried to do some reflections, and I'd want to share that with you. Hold on, I'm coming. Let me set up my PC so that I can share my screen. All right. Right. So let's see. Share my screen. No. Yeah. So for those of you who have been consistent here, you know that on daily basis I publish the reflections that I have on my website, and this was not any different. And I think if you weren't here yesterday during our first discussions in the morning, yesterday's stream, the first 30 to 40 minutes, please try and watch it. I think the conversation that we had around that time is very important for every one of us. So please make some time to watch that stream. Okay, so good. On my screen right now is my website where I publish some of these things. But today, what I want to talk about is what I wrote about yesterday, which is the illusion of this noise confusing. The illusion of abundant time. The illusion of abundant time. So, what does it mean, and why did I even write about it? As I mentioned earlier, I write these things almost every evening before bed when I'm doing my reflection for the day. And yesterday, prior to going to bed, I was just thinking about an assignment that I had been given as a student. I was given this assignment about a month ago, and the deadline was yesterday's midnight. So deadline is 11:59 p.m. And I couldn't just imagine thinking about it. This assignment has been given to me for about a month, but I found myself struggling to do the assignment only 2 days to the deadline. and I finished the assignment only about 6 hours to the deadline. So I wonder, why on earth did I not get this assignment done all this while that I have, like close to a month? And this is not an assignment that was supposed to take me a whole month to do, even though I was given a month for it. When you look at it critically, it's an assignment that can be done in a day. In fact, it is just preparing a PowerPoint, but you need to understand some things to be able to prepare the PowerPoint. But as soon as you get it, it's way easier. Like in less than a day, you should be able to do it. However, I found myself doing this, as they would say, at the 11th hour. So the question is why? And I realized that I wasn't alone. If it was only me, I would have said maybe it's just my laziness that has led me there. But this is something that a whole lot of us in the class found ourselves in a similar situation. And when I think through it, I realize that it is also very common. And way back in undergrad, in high school, junior high school, primary, these are things that occur over and over again. That we are always waiting to the end, or when it's like we have no other choice before we do it. So, why is that so? Like for instance, if you've been given an assignment, why wait till the very last minute to do it? And we always say that we are all students. We know how these things work. Like it is normal for students to be doing this, but I think it's high time we really think about it and see why that is the case, and if there is anything that we can do about it. So thinking through it, that is when I came to the realization that the reason why we do it is because of the illusion of abundant time. So we all think that we have enough time. We have a lot of time on our hands, and therefore, oh yeah, I can do it later. Like I've been given the assignment for a month, and the month is not due yet. I have a lot of days, and this assignment, looking at it, so I can finish it in one day. So why even bother? You know? And that, when I was thinking about it and doing a reflection, caused me to remember what is called Parkinson's law. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Parkinson's law, but if you come in here to read it, at least I made reference to it in here. These are short write ups that I encourage you all to be reading as often as possible, because I try my best to write them before I sleep almost every day. Okay, so it says Parkinson's law propounds that work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. And that is wide. And if they give you work and you have enough time, and they've told you that this is the amount of time that you have to do this work, the psychology psychology behind it, or that has been observed over time, is that this work will almost always take up the whole of that time, to the extent that you find yourself struggling to finish up within a time, even when the reality is that this time is a lot. as compared to the task that needs to be done. Thus, I was reading about it, and one perfect example that I came across was one woman who, in a day, all she needed to do is to go post a bill. So, like sending a mail through the post office, right? She's supposed to go post the bill, and that is all she has to do in that day. But this person eventually starts complaining of not getting enough time in her life. The reason being that in order to go post the bill, she knows that today that's the only thing I'm going to do. And inherently, she wakes up, takes about 1 hour to take a bath, takes about 30 minutes to do makeup, takes about 30 minutes to an hour to start searching for something. Like, there is some sort of work to do till the day is over. And eventually, this person will still feel accomplished after completing just that single task. But you realize that it was just a single task. And if you are sitting far away and looking at it, you will think to yourself how lazy this woman is. For her to be wasting all this time just to submit or send or post a single bill. Like, how is that? How does that work? Except that when you step back from your own life and you begin analyzing your own life, you realize that a lot of the things that you do also fits in here. Because you have given this in a specific time, it tends to cover up all that time. Like, for instance, as students, we can always go pleading that, oh, the time for this assignment is not enough, give us more time, give us more time. And they extend it for you. Funny enough, the assignments that I was talking about earlier, we had a 2 day extension. So it was supposed to be due even 2 days prior to yesterday. And we were given 2 days extension. And you can't imagine that I only finished it yesterday. So that is the whole point. At the end of the day, even when we've requested for an extension, we still keep on. I don't want to say waiting, but ideally, I think that is it. We keep waiting to the last hour to get things done. Another example here says if you give yourself a week to finish something that would only take an hour to complete, then that 1 hour task will grow in complexity, requiring more time and resources than were originally needed. So let's start thinking about it. The purpose of this write up, and I wrote it in there, is just to bring your awareness to this thing that, oh, there is a thing like this, the illusion of abundant time. We think we have enough time. We think there is a lot of time to get things done. For that matter, we keep pushing them and stretching the thing itself. Because this same assignment that we're giving a man to finish, that took me the whole month to get it done, if we were given a day to finish it, I would have finished it. And that's the truth. In fact, I have a colleague who only started the assignment yesterday, got it finished, and submitted it. So, why did the assignment take us a whole week to get done? I'm only saying these things and bringing it to your attention so that you are conscious of it and you start taking steps to avoid or prevent this thing, because it is the reason why a lot of us procrastinate on things. It is the reason why we are struggling with time. And they say that knowing what a problem is 50% of the solution to the problem. If you really do not understand what a problem is, and I think that's where most of us are, we think that, oh, I had time, but then I don't know where my time is going. I just don't know. Like, life is so busy, this and that. But then psychologically, what is playing on us is that we have this illusion of abundant time, even though our time is finite. So I hope that this wakes up something within you. You come to the realization that if you are given a task and you have a lot of time on your hand, the tax will expand to cover that duration. And when I came to that realization yesterday, I'm making a conscious effort going forward to try and avoid that. So I kept asking myself, and yesterday I was having a conversation with someone trying to figure out how exactly can we avoid this illusion of abundant time, or what they call Parkinson's law. So I was even thinking, oh, is there an anti-Parkinson's law, like something like that, something that I can use to become more productive or avoid work from expanding to cover up time, and just make sure that every work or task that I'm giving only fits that specific number of time or hours that it requires and nothing more. So now that I'm conscious of it, that is what I'm looking forward to do, to make sure that I don't assign more time than necessary to any specific task, so that I do all to force myself to get things done within that particular time. So when you come down here, I made a few recommendations which I personally thought about, and I think I'm going to be using it going forward to make sure that my work isn't expanding in complexity, it's not becoming more difficult. So that is one point. Please take some time and read about Parkinson's law. They'll tell you that the work becomes more difficult in order to cover up that time, right? And that is just because you have an illusion of abundant time. See, if the assignment was just one day, I would just sit up and do it as soon as possible. But it was 1 month, and I had like, oh yeah, I needed to understand this thing before I'll be able to do the assignment. But I start today and I say, oh, I think I don't understand this one. Let me go and do. I'll take some time to read it. I'll watch a YouTube video on this, and eventually it has spanned all the whole of the month. But if that wasn't the case and I had just one day to do it, I would have forced myself to learn what I needed to learn within that day and finish that assignment within that day. So some of the strategies that I'm proposing, and this is not something that I'm saying it has been tried and tested somewhere or not. This is what I am thinking, and I am telling myself to stick to these things and try them. So eventually, after trying this for some time and seeing the impact it makes, maybe in future reflections, I will talk or discuss them. But just to share with you all, now that you've come to the realization, maybe these are things that you can start thinking about. So we have learners in, say, ALS complaining about, so there is no, you don't give us much time, you don't give us much time, so give us more time. And we created the intro to software engineering program, where learners are given like two or three projects per week, and the deadline is for like the whole week. You get a project release on Friday midnight, and you get to do that project till Thursday midnight. But we still have the learners complaining that you don't give us enough time. And I realize that as students, we will always have that problem of you didn't give us enough time. So today or yesterday, when I was doing this reflection of the illusion of abundant time, that is when it stood out to me that, oh, when you increase the time, the work tends to also increase in complexity to cover up the time. And this is just psychological, and it affects almost every human being except for those who are aware of it and actively prevent it. So that is why I've decided to bring it to your attention so that we all can come to that realization that this thing really plays a toll on us, and we need to start figuring it out. Like for instance, people say in ALS, like I really understand and appreciate that the deadlines are very tight and all. But the moment somebody buys into the fact that, oh, I'm going to do my assignment, I don't care whether I do it second deadline or third deadline, I'll just do it maybe on the third deadline. Like you know that there is enough time for you to do it, therefore you keep waiting till there is no time, you know. And for me, interestingly enough, when I was doing ALS, I was always forcing myself to do my tasks on the first deadline. And I can bet that apart from two projects that I didn't touch later in the program, I think in the third sprint I didn't do two tasks. Apart from that, almost every task that I did or project that I did it by the first deadline. I finished almost every one of them by the end of the first deadline. And there were some that I got wrong, right? So after the checker has been released and I found the wrong ones, then I go and try and fix some of them. But then I forced myself. I didn't know this thing. I wasn't aware of this Parkinson's law or the illusion of abundant time. But now that I think about it, I'm just thinking backwards to it. I realize that indeed, like it was a lot of work, but then I was willing to put in that work to get it done because I wanted to finish everything by first deadline. So the first recommendation is that make sure you appropriate, like you have the right time allocation for each tasks or projects that you are working on. I mean, not specifically referring to ALS, life in general, and everything that you have to do in life. Make sure that you are giving like the exact time that you require to do the task to that task. So if it is something that can be done in an hour, don't schedule it for 2 hours. Give the appropriate time for each project or task. Otherwise, the task or project or work, however you refer to it, is going to expand to take up that number of hours or that time that you give it. So, very important. Then let's also prioritize well. I think in one of the previous live streams, I talked heavily on prioritization. So I think someone asked me about procrastination and how to overcome procrastination. So I talked extensively on prioritization and also establishing a reward and punishment system. And I think for me, that is what enables me to overcome procrastination and also ensures that I am disciplined enough to get things done when I say I'm going to get them done. And maybe in future reflections, I write more on this system that I use, prioritization and the reward punishment system that I use. Then finally, if you have abundant time for something, what you want to do is start allocating time for other things. So say this 1 month time that I was given for the assignment, I knew that I had 1 month, so I could just forget about it and do it anytime within that 1 month. What if I knew that my that 1 month is really busy and I only have say 1 day out of that 1 month to do it, because every other day in the month I have something else to do. So if I had apportioned my time well and put things in place, knowing very well that I'm supposed to do this, and I can't compromise on any of these things, and backing that with my prioritization and reward system, knowing very well that this assignment contributes a larger portion to my overall performance in the semester, that might have pushed me to get it done way earlier. So let me read the chat, and I hope you are getting value from the discussion. All right, Tony Blaze, welcome. I hope you are good. Sis, I love what you are talking about. Very interesting. Glad to hear that. Yeah. Erasmus, welcome. How are you doing? He said I just woke up after a sleepless night and I was finally able to upload it to render. Oh, cool, cool, cool. So I was also saying earlier that I didn't stop the stream early today because I needed to get extra sleep. Yesterday when I was going to bed, I was so tired, and the past couple of days I had deprived myself of the total minimum 6 hours sleep that I have. So I needed to catch up. Otherwise, I was going to be unproductive today. And I'm glad at least I took 2 extra hours to sleep. So yeah, it's good to always correct the sleep deficit. And I'm also happy to hear that you've been able to deploy your app on Render. You could share the link with us so that we check it out if you want to. Since we do hard things and we don't complain, we just do. Fearless. All right. Sorry. Um, but please, I'm having problems getting the review. It says no available date in October. Oh man, I really don't know anything about that. I haven't been. You may want to reach out to who the mentor is and inform the mentor, because I learned they gave you some extensions, so I don't know if they will give any other extension. Like I don't know exactly what's happening. So reach out to the mentors in, now we are on Discord, right? So on Discord and get feedback. And if you're not the only one, probably they would find some extra time for you. Oh, okay. You posted in the WhatsApp group. All right. I'll check it out. Michael say thanks for this. You're welcome, Michael. I have a question. I observed that some of the factors responsible for Parkinson's law or decline productivity is actually a decline in motivation, and the first hand energy are the first thoughts. How can one face the problem of decline motivation at some point in one's life, especially for long term goals? Hmm, that is a very important thing. If you don't have the zeal for it, if you don't have that drive, that motivation, then it's quite difficult to even get up and keep going. Like yesterday, I heard someone ask me, we were on a stream. We did a session, we held a session yesterday on time management for some of, for ALS students. Those of you who saw it, we had a session like that. and someone was asking the person who was talking about time management that are there days that you wake up and you feel like not getting out of bed and doing anything software engineering related, days of zero motivation? Personally, I don't think I have experienced that before. So there are days that I wake up that I know that today I'm so tired that doing almost anything at all is going to be unproductive. So those are the days that I want to get enough rest and all. But I I feel so down. I don't want to do anything. I don't think I've experienced that before. But yeah, I understand your question. But the key thing here, and I can quote Jim Rohn on that, where he says people come to me to complain that motivation does not last. He said, yes, that is true. Motivation does not last. So does brushing of your teeth. Brushing of your teeth does not last. So what do you do? If you brush your teeth today, you can't tell me that because I brushed my teeth today, I'm never going to brush my teeth again. So you brush your teeth today, and tomorrow you wake up and you brush your teeth again. In the evening, you brush your teeth again. So what is important is to identify the things that gives you motivation and expose yourself to your source of motivation as much as possible. That's why almost every time when you are doing something, the question is, why are you doing it? Why do you want to do it? And you want to have a stronger why for any of such things, so that every single time you go back to your why. So there are people who advise that write your why and put it somewhere prominent enough for you to see it every single day. The reason why they recommend that is because your why is your motivation. That is what fuels you to keep going. So if you get constant supply of fuel, then you can keep driving on. Sorry, the microphone went off. Imagine traveling a long distance journey, like life. You're traveling a very long distance journey. And hi, I, I think the battery for the other microphone is dead now. Okay. Yeah, I need to charge it. Okay. So imagine traveling on a very long journey. Like life in general is a journey, as we say. And right from the day that you were given birth to, you have never stopped. And you can't stop because nobody wants to be stagnant in life. We all want to become better, get further in life, and therefore every single day we are on the road moving, you know. So imagine traveling this long journey, and you decide to fill your car once and never fill it again, obviously it won't take you far. You get to some distance and it stops, there's no fuel, you can keep going. So as much as possible you want to expose yourself to your source of motivation, and this can be different for every one of us. What motivates you may not necessarily be what motivates me, but try and identify exactly what motivates you to keep doing the thing that you are doing. So that's why we always keep asking, why are you doing this? Like, why did you even start this? For instance, starting to learn software engineering, what is your motivation for wanting to learn software engineering, and why at all did you start learning it? If you have a strong why, you can always look to it and keep you going. If you don't have a strong why, there's still a number of ways for you to find motivation in things, right? And you can get that motivation and let that motivation drive you. So, very important. I, for one, was doing the software engineering and not even this time when doing the software engineering program, but have always sought for motivation in things that inspire me. For instance, during times that I am just walking around and doing nothing, you would find me watching videos on like a day in the life of a software engineer, and like when you are interviewing software engineers about their work, how it is, the impact they are doing. But for me as an individual, the most important ones that I used to watch, and I've watched a lot of them, is where people are talking about startups that they are building and what is required, how they are turning their startups around. Those kind of things gives me a lot of motivation and they keep me going. So I constantly get in touch with my motivation or the source of my motivation. Yeah, so that is one thing that I will recommend, that make sure you identify what really motivates you and keep getting constant supply of motivation and see motivation as your fuel. I think back in earlier this year, I I was on a Twitter space where we talked about discipline or motivation. I've forgotten exactly the topic. Whether discipline or whether motivation alone was enough for you to succeed. And I gave a very good, I think I even wrote about it. I don't know, did I publish it on this side? Or maybe on my Medium blog? Let me just confirm. I think I wrote something about it. It's either I published it here or on Medium. So it's not here. Did I publish it on Medium? Hmm. So it's not on Medium too. I probably wrote it but didn't publish it. I have to check it out. I think I did. Anyway, I'll find it and share it with you all. But what I'm saying is that always see motivation as a fuel. And if you don't have the fuel, the car will not go. Irrespective of how new your car is, how good the engine of the car is, or how bad it is, whatever. If you don't have fuel in that car, the car is not moving. So you as the individual, too, if you don't have enough fuel to keep you going, your body will give up. All right. So always get that constant supply of motivation. Whatever your motivation is, just look for it. What motivates you? For instance, it could be, oh, when I see people like these doing these things, it motivates me to also keep going. So expose yourself to those people. Or maybe there are particular people that when you watch, you get motivated because of what they say. Keep watching those people. Or it is when, I think for me, one of the other things that I have done is when people expect things from me, I just cannot slack. Like I can't give up. For instance, I don't think I don't know if you think about it. Like it's not everybody who will see waking up every day and streaming live as a fun activity, right? So even some of my friends start asking, like, why are you always doing this? You know, Obed has been the kind of person that is almost always doing something. He's always doing something. And why? But then my motivation, one of them comes from the fact that you right now, watching me right now, will be here and will be inspired by what I'm doing, what I'm going to say today. And that motivates me to keep going because in life, I really want to live a life of impact. And I keep saying this publicly all the time. That is my biggest goal in life, to live a life of impact, irrespective of which aspect of life where I am making an impact on someone's life. So if I'm able to do that, even in the smallest possible way, it gets me so excited and I'm happy about it. And that's like the reward, internal reward I get for doing the things that I do. And once I know that I'm going to be happy at the end of the day by showing up here and talking to you, trying to motivate you, then I want to keep doing it every day. So that is a source of motivation for me, knowing very well that some of you will show up. And I keep saying that even if I show up and it's just one person, I really do not mind. Like, I'm going to give it my all because at the end of the day, I'll feel that reward. Like, I would be fulfilled in doing it, and because of that, I would want to do more of it. So I hope that helps. All right. Okay, so I think we've covered everything in the discussion, and we have done. You're welcome, Michael. We have done about 50 minutes since we started the stream. So we go to our first focus session. Today I have a lot of energy because I got enough sleep. And I hope you all get enough sleep though. Ah, Nathaniel, say how many hours per day do you study for ALS? Oh, I'm done with ALS. I'm done with ALS long ago. But I mean, you if you see me share things publicly, you'll appreciate that I spend quite a lot of time learning, and not just learning for ALS. And I think it speaks to the mantra that we have here. I say knowledge and skills separates the boys from the men. And I understood this way earlier, and I knew, coming from the kind of background where I come from, we didn't have like anything. So for me, the only thing that was going to make me set myself apart from others was if I was really knowledgeable in things. So I commit myself, and I've committed myself to lifelong learning, and that is what I really want to push a lot of you to do it. So whether I'm doing ALS or I'm not doing ALS, like I am almost always studying. I say the world is my classroom, even when I'm not by books. Like studying for me is not just about books. I study almost everywhere. I'm analyzing things, I'm asking questions, I am committing myself. And even yesterday, when I was talking about feeling so tired, yesterday I learned in the evening after I was done with my assignment, I did learn machine learning. So I did machine learning for about an hour and 30 minutes. Then I switched to cloud computing. Then I went back to learning about email marketing. Like I'm always learning, right? But as a student back then, I used to spend close to 16 hours of my day learning, irrespective of what I'm learning. So yeah, maybe that can answer your question, but it depends because around the time too, I had a flexible schedule, and I almost always have a flexible schedule. That's one reason why I love remote work, because now I get to work from, if I want, I wake up at 6, I work to like 2 p.m. All that matters is that I'm putting in 8 hours of work and I'm getting the things done, the things that needs to be done. And every other part of the time is for me to decide on what to do with it. Yeah. I hope it answers your question. Um Michael says, one of the things I love is community and being surrounded by like mind. Yes, it's very, very important. And for me, what I have done is that almost anywhere I go, I try to create that community, even if it doesn't exist. So I've created a lot of communities everywhere. Even when I we weren't online. The first time I started creating an online community was in 2020. And yesterday I was going through my emails, and anyway, we'll talk about that later. But yes, being in a community of like-minded people is very great and can push you a long way. Oh, it says I need to update my blog on Hashna. It's still read currently ALS student. Oh, really? And I'll check that. I'll check. I'm a graduate now. Uh, Nothing else is. Can I do it as being third year civil engineering student? Can you give me a tip? I mean, I feel it's possible. Others have done it. It's possible, but it's not going to be easy. I keep saying that. And the moment somebody tells me that something is not going to be easy, it's going to be challenging, it's difficult, then I really want to do it. But then I want to beat the status quo. So everybody says that it's difficult. That means that I have to tackle this with like a tough mind. I don't just go and give up because everybody says it's difficult. Like because they said it's difficult, that's why I want to do it. And usually I know that things that are difficult, especially if the masses say it is difficult, then only a few people will go through it. And I want to be part of that few people because that is where the reward mostly is. Like it is the few people who will get the best out of the things. So it is possible, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to be challenging. You have to learn to optimize your time. I keep saying that it is just 1 year. If it takes you giving up certain things that you used to do just to make time for it, please go for it. After the 1 year, when you are your software engineer, you've learned the things that you want. Hey, you can now open up your time to do whatever you want. Like I'm here, I'm done. I could decide that when I start working here, say 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 8 to 4 p.m. After 4 p.m., I care less about anything else. I can just get up, go roam, play, do anything at all that I want to do, right? Because at the end of the day, fortunately for me, I'm working now, you know. But that 1 year, I was. It wasn't even just that 1 year. I remember that I started cutting down things from high school. Right from high school, when I went to senior high, I stopped going for entertainment. And I know they were even punishing juniors who were not going, but personally, I was not going. And my school father was always shielding me from the seniors. So I will always give the excuse of my school father sent me to come here. And mostly, I was even fortunate because he was also always learning. So instead of going for entertainment and watch people dance and things, for me, that was the point where I started redefining things for myself. And I said, okay, me going to watch somebody dance doesn't make me happy. It's not entertainment for me. Me knowing that I know something so that when they ask me, I can rattle it and everybody feel impressed by how I said it. It's entertainment for me. Like something that they think that you don't know, then they ask you and you know about it and like what? Like the way Erasmus said the last time that you are everywhere. You see, like, oh, I know this, I know this. Those things makes me happy. And if that is what it makes me happy, I want to do more of those ones. So I had to start redefining things and also cutting down on things. I stopped going out to meet certain people who were my friends previously, but then I realized that no, this kind of friendship, this kind of conversation is not going anywhere. It's not in line with who I want to become eventually, and therefore I'm not wasting any more time here. No, you see, so being able to identify those things. For instance, even watching football. I mean, a lot of people it is entertainment to them. But I started thinking about it. Why was I wasting a lot of time going to watch football when I could be using it to learn? These people are playing and they are making money from it. I'm watching it and not making any money. If I want to make money, I have to learn. So I said, come off it. I'm no longer watching football. And this was high school. But then I was a bookworm, so I can agree that I, I was able to cut down all of these things. But eventually I think it helped me a lot because I made a lot of time to do that. I got exposure. I became like one of the best students, got the opportunities and those kind of things, right? But all those sacrifices have been worth it. Very, very important for me. So in this 1 year that you have, please and please and please, it's just 1 year. After that 1 year, you can go back to the kind of life that you want. If you want, just take it at 12 months of going to hide yourself in your bunker and become the best version of yourself. After 12 months, get out and do whatever you want to do. So something like that. That is how I think. Let me sacrifice the now for the future, the near future, because I know that if I don't make these sacrifices, the future would be that boring. It won't be like the best that I want. But if I really want it to be the best that I want, then I should make this sacrifice now. So let me focus on that future that I want and make the sacrifice now to get it. So I hope that helps you. Michael says, sorry, doc. I like asking questions. I have a question on about choosing specialization in ALS for someone who is making a decision for the first time, actually have a goal of becoming okay. Tony Blaze says I'm an university student. Too. Good, good. Yes. So I'm glad someone is here to let you know that he is also a university student. He's doing it. Becoming full stack, so choosing a path, it is to start with front end first or back end in order to ease the goal of becoming full stack. However, to also considering job for survival and experience during the journey. I think we've talked about this on the stream before. The question was previously asked by see the name that Kobe. Yeah. It was asked by Kobe on the stream and I've talked about it. And I keep saying that if you want to become a full stack engineer, eventually you learn and you've been introduced to both of them, but then on your own you're going to still end up learning all of them. So for now, I going through the system would go with the one that is the most difficult to pick up. If you think front end is difficult to pick up for you, go with that. If you think back end is difficult to pick up for you, go with that. So that you're exposed to it, because eventually you're going to end up learning both of them. And also look at the type of person you are. If you are a creative person, you are a person who likes pinpointing errors in design, person who likes talking about colors, beauty, like those things. If you are more creative, then you know that front end is your stronghold. So maybe you want to double down on front end. If you are more logical and you like reasoning and asking why behind things, discovering why things work the way they do, then as a logical person, you want to go more with the back end. So back end may come easier to you, but eventually, just as you are saying, you want to be full stack. Whether you are looking for a job or not, it is about where you really have like that stronghold and you can do. Okay, so instead of the focus being I want to get a job, it should be like where are my strengths? Because if you maximize your strengths, it'll be easier for you to get a job. If you go get a job in something that you're not good at, I bet you are going to even struggle in the end. So yeah, that's what I can say about that. Hi Joseph, welcome. Oh, you were on the verge of quitting. No, 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 no. Don't quit. I mean, it's. I know it's hard, right? It's really hard. And let me just even use my current life to give you a perfect example. Like I'm very ambitious, very ambitious, and my ambition alone does not permit me to do things that I consider mediocre. And I'm always looking to becoming better and better, analyzing things and saying, okay, what's the next most important thing that I need to do in my life? Let me focus on that and do it. So, as I was saying, yesterday I was learning machine learning and cloud computing after work. After I finished work, I did my assignment. That's for school. And that assignment is project management assignment, which I had no idea about. Like this is the first time I'm learning anything project management. But then I'm doing cloud computing, I'm doing machine learning. And the cloud computing is because I want to write the Google Cloud certification exams. No one is forcing me to go do it. And this is a time that I could have said that, oh, I have work, I'm doing my masters. Like I need to be sleeping apart from work and my masters. What else? Like there's no need for me to be wasting time doing all of these other things. But no, for me, I'm still pushing myself. I need to learn these things. And even last 2 days, a friend of mine convinced me to start learning French. I've learned French for years, but I'm not able to speak French. So, and I long to have that skill, you know. And I'm considering all of these things and being able to learn them and forcing myself to learn them. I don't even need like a school. In fact, after going through ALS, I told myself that in this life right now that I find myself at this point in my life, like anything that I need to learn, I can learn it without going to school. Because when we were in ALS, it was more like a self-taught. The only thing that I could say that we're getting was like a structured curriculum and deadlines to keep us working. Right. And earlier we talked about Parkinson's law. So once we had deadlines, we were forcing ourselves to learn the things. If there are no deadlines, oh God, I'll start learning one thing today and it will take me like one whole month to now understand that, because I'm not accountable to anyone, right? But because of those deadlines, we're forcing ourselves to learn things. So I've imbibed that mentality, and that is the same thing that I'm using even right now to learn things on the side. And I'm learning a lot of things at the same time. So even though I'm not in the ALS program as a student now, I keep doing a lot of these things. And I think that you should take cues from that and tell yourself, maybe is a matter of going back to your why and appreciating why you are doing it. Because if it is not strong enough, I mean, giving up is an option. And if it is not for you, if you think that software engineering is not for you, it's fine. It's fine for you to give up. But if it is really a thing that you think you need, please make the sacrifice. It may be worth it. I guess it's, I love that you host a session that talks about relationships, defining your relationships for your goal, focus, and career. Hmm. Mm. Anyway, we can do that. So once again, let me just inform you. Tomorrow is Friday, and tomorrow we're going to have some sort of a mentorship session on Zoom after our live stream. So hopefully we'll close the live stream by 1:30 p.m. GMT, and we'll switch to Zoom. So I'll share a Zoom link tomorrow when we are doing the live stream, and we move on to Zoom so that we could have that form of discussion where you get to ask questions. And I think one more important thing is I really want to connect with you all, and shouldn't be the case where only you get to see me and I don't get to see you. I want to hear your voices too, for you to also pronounce your names. Let me hear them, how you want your names to be pronounced. Yeah, but I look forward to that, and um, hopefully we'll talk about almost everything once we have time. Michael says, I love your prospects and points, though. Especially is expecting fat. Yeah. All right, guys. So we've spoken for over an hour. Let's get some work done. Talking alone doesn't go anywhere if we don't back it with action. So a little motivation. We've gotten the fuel. Now we need to sit into the car and turn the ignition on and step on the accelerator for the car to move. You know, if you have just motivation and you don't do anything, we have people who spend like several hours a day watching motivational videos, but they end up doing nothing. Like you woke up and you say, "Oh, I'm feeling so down," and you are in bed and you are binge watching motivational videos and doing nothing. I think, yeah, so that was one thing I was going to say when Michael asked about Parkinson's law. Yesterday on the stream, the girl mentioned something about counting to five and getting things done. Said she came across I don't know if it's a method, wherever it is termed, but what she does is that if I'm feeling too down to do things and I'm looking for the motivation for doing it, all I need to do is to count down to five and I have to start doing. No excuses. Don't let my brain tell me anything. So as soon as I start, one, two, three, four, five, get out of bed and go and start doing the thing. Some of us, they are down watching. Okay, I'm motivated. I'm motivated. Tomorrow I'll start. And tomorrow comes and you are down again. Then you start looking for motivation, motivation, motivation. Oh my. So please, let's go back, let's study, then we'll come back and continue our discussion. Tanacha says, what do you recommend to eat in between long study sessions? I think that's more of an individual thing. You have to really discover things for yourself, because I feel there are people who, when they eat heavy, they become sleepy. I think I personally, when I eat heavy, I become sleepy. So usually I don't like to eat heavy. If I'm eating heavy, mostly I'm done with my serious learning sessions, or I'm going to take a long walk afterwards, or I'm going to sweat it off. Otherwise, when I eat heavy, it makes me less active, if I should say. So I think it totally depends on you. There are people who eat heavy and nothing happens. There are people who don't like eating light. So it's totally up to you to decide what you want. And right now, I think what I've discovered, usually just to keep me going, I just take something light, yogurt. So you see, today I brought like yogurt here, so that as soon as I feel that hunger is coming in, I just take the yogurt and I keep going. I like yogurt a lot, so that is for me. But I think you should be able to answer that for yourself by analyzing what happens when you eat what. So just try things, experiment them, and figure out, okay, this type of food makes me most active. Therefore, I'm going to keep taking these things. I think we need to go and come before I answer the extra questions. Otherwise, we will not learn anything today. And I also have a lot of work to do. So let's get started with it. Then during the next break, I'll continue the discussion by answering the rest of the questions. But along the line, whenever you have a question, drop it in the chat. I'm happy to take them when we are on our next break. So for the next 60 minutes, please start studying. Pick whatever you want to study, whatever work that you have to do. Please bear in mind that today we've spoken about Parkinson's law. Work will almost always expand in complexity to cover the time that you allocate for it. So within this 60 minutes, make sure you are doing things that are worth 60 minutes. Don't just take something that is supposed to be done in 5 minutes and say, I'm going to do it in this 60 minutes. Take work that is supposed to span 60 minutes and get it done. Let me know in the chat what you are doing in this 60 minutes. What at all are you learning in 60 minutes? All the best, everyone, and we'll continue our discussion after 60 minutes. Keep learning, get rid of all distractions. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Okay, good. Now I know you can hear me. Uh, Maulida, welcome. How are you doing? And so before we went for the focus session, there was a question. All right, great. Thanks, Tony Blaze. There was a question in the chat, so I'll take a look at it. And fellas, thanks for, you're welcome and thanks for alerting me about the timer. I forgot. Then when I turned my eyes to the tablet, I saw that that message had come. As soon as I saw timer, I realized that I needed to turn it on. So thanks for reminding me. So the question was, how long does it take to learn data structures and algorithms for competitive programming platforms? Ah, I didn't even read the question earlier, but hmm, I don't think there is a set duration or time space for you to learn data structures and algorithms. I think it is up to you to decide how much time you want to allocate to solving those things or learning them. And it really depends on what the goal is. I know a lot of big tech companies use data structures and algorithm when they are interviewing you for a role, and for that matter you need to be practicing some of these, right? I for one, I tried solving questions there, but then it wasn't necessarily with the goal of getting a job in a big tech company. I at the point when I started solving some of those questions, my goal was just to improve my problem solving skills. And yeah, I think that was my motivation for studying. I created an account on Lead Code and I started solving some questions. Eventually, I didn't do a lot of them, especially when I realized that in ALS, almost every week we had one of those questions to solve. So I rather focused on that and solve those ones to improve my skills when it comes to problem solving. But then if you really want to get into big tech, then you want to solve as many as possible, because most of, and I don't think it's big tech alone. I mean, even now, some startups, the assessments that you have to do, you'd have to solve some of these data structures and algorithm questions. Some are quite challenging. Even for my current role, I had to solve a couple of them, and I bet some, at least out of those, I think there were about 5 questions. Out of those 5 questions, two were a bit tricky. Yeah, but I have worked through some problems in the past and identified some patterns that I like to use when solving problems. So eventually I was able to figure them out. I mean, I didn't really get like the marking back to say whether I did well or not, but eventually I mean, I believe I did well. That is why I got the role, because I was the only one who applied for it, and eventually I got it. So that's what I believe. So, therefore, I can't really say that there is a time duration for which you should learn this. And I know when it comes to competitive programming in particular, I'm, I don't know much about it. But then when I started off looking into these things, especially when I started learning software engineering in ALS, some of the people that I was following were against competitive programming. So it didn't really push me to look into it. So I don't know much about it, but I feel competitive programming is, I may be wrong, but just thinking about it, I think that's where you solve these questions. It's more like a challenge or a contest, sort of. You solve these questions and you garner points for solving these questions. So at the end of the day, the people with the highest number of points are thought of to be like very good at it. But I didn't, I didn't get into it. I didn't pay attention to anything like that. My goal was just to become good at problem solving and sharpen that skill. So yeah, what you can do also is you can allocate time. Maybe if you have enough time, please feel free to learn some of those things, apply them, and solve questions. I mean, it's always good to be really good at problem solving, because it translates outside programming alone, it translates to real life, being able to solve problems. Because as humans, that's what we do. Every single day of our life, it is solving one problem after the other. If there is no problem, life will be boring. Like every single day, you're solving one problem after the other. Okay, I'm hungry right now. What do I eat? That's a problem. You need to solve it. Like, our life is essentially solving one problem after the other. So mastering the act of problem solving is really good for every one of us, and I really encourage you all to try your best to pick up that skill of problem solving. And what, in my experience, what I've seen is that when you are trying to solve questions, you should always be looking out for the patterns. So if you eventually figure out how to solve a particular question or problem, find out, reflect on it, and see what is the pattern here. If I meet a similar question like this, how do I use my knowledge of solving this problem to solve it? So that as soon as you see a problem in the future, you know that this problem looks exactly like this other one that I solved, and this was how I approached that one. So I can also approach this one this particular way. Identifying patterns makes solving problems easier. And when you get a lot of these patterns, you become like the master of problem solving. You can imagine being given a problem that is taking people several hours to even understand a problem, and just by the look of it, you know that this is how to solve this problem. You approach it that way and it works. Okay? And that's usually possible when you know the patterns to solve this problem. So anytime you are solving problems, please find a way to solve it. Eventually, when you have been able to solve the problem, try and identify what and how does this problem get solved. Like, what's the pattern for solving this problem? Then you can apply that pattern on other projects as well. I hope that helps. Okay, Tony Blaze says, how an ALS interview. Oh, so you mean the interview for me going for that role? Oh, yeah. So not like an interview per se, but then more of the technical assessment. That's what I was referring to. So regarding the technical assessment, we're given some, I think about five different questions, but it was a take-home assignment. So we're given the assessments. There were about five of them. Quite difficult, if I should say. We do hard things. So we Tina, I see you. uh, oh my, yeah. So it was quite difficult. Those five questions. I mean, I was desperate for the role, if I should say. So I was ready to do everything, go every length to do it. The funny thing is, around that time, I still had, like, I was doing ALS, so I still had tasks to do. I had projects to finish within those times. But when I mean, before I was sent the assessment, I was on a call with Julian, and he told me, like, this is what is at stake if you are interested. I said, yeah, I'm very interested. I even wish to start like right now. Said, okay, if you are that interested and you want to start, then he's just going to send you the assessment. The sooner you do it, the sooner we can go through it and figure out if you're a good fit for the role. And afterwards, you would do an interview with the team. Said, okay, cool. So I waited for a while. The assessment wasn't coming. So I went back to test Julian and say, oh, I've still not received the assessment. Then I was there, I think it was in the evening because of the time difference. But in Ghana, it was evening at the time when Julian sent me the email with the assessment. Like, oh my God, it's a lot of work. But then I was determined to finish it as soon as possible. In fact, my brain told me to finish that thing before I sleep that day. So I was on it till like 2 a.m. I received the assignment around 9 p.m. and I was on it till like 2 a.m. and I still hadn't finished. So I decided to sleep and continue the following day. I slept and woke up the following day. Forgot exactly what happened, but I think there was no light that day. There was no light that day, so I was waiting to like get light. Okay, no. So in the morning, I started working on it, and I was almost done when the light went off. So I was waiting for the light to come for me to finish so that I can now respond to Julian's email. In the course of that day, I was there when I received a message from Julian asking if I've gotten the assessments that he sent me. And I said, "Oh yeah, I've gotten it. I'm almost done, and I will be sending it soon." Like it's because I didn't have lights. That's why I've not been able to send it. And he said, "What?" Like, he didn't expect me to finish that fast, so I should take my time, relax, take your time, and do it. But I said, "Oh, okay." I mean, if he's saying I should take my time, then I just replied, "All right, then I guess I would take some time to go through it again and probably submit it tomorrow." So the rest of that day, I finished the rest of the work and took some time to go through it. And because he said I should take my time, I waited for the following day before I submitted it. And after submitting it, I sent him a message that, "Oh, I'm done." Like, he was still surprised. Like, how did you finish this fast? But yeah, that was how desperate I was. So I got to finish everything. See that my illness is would have cried looking at that email. Why will you cry asking the email with the assessment? So after I had finished, he said, like, when I sent him that message, he said, okay, they were going to look at it and get back to me. After some while, I think that same day or a day after, he got back to me and said, okay, the assessment was good, so now I'm moving on to the next stage. And that was an interview with the team. But then, fortunately for me, it wasn't like an intense interview. Going into the interview, I really didn't know what to expect. I think it was around Saturday when Julian told me that, okay, uh, you're going to move on to the next one, like the next stage. And he sent me, I think I got the information on Monday that starting from Tuesday, the team was going to start interviewing me. And there are five of them. So I would meet each of them one after the other. And I was so lost. Like, I'm going to meet five people, five different people for the interviews, but I have no clue how to prepare for it. What exactly are we going to be talking about? Like, what are they going to be asking me about? I was a bit tense then, and I didn't know how to prepare for it. So I reached out to Julian and I said, okay, I'm trying to prepare for this interview, but I literally have no idea how to prepare. So if you could give me like some form of information or an idea of how the interview is going to be so that I can be adequately prepared for it. I said, "Oh, don't worry. These people are very friendly. It's not going to be any serious thing, like not a big deal to worry about." But I was still tense. Like, even after he had said that, I was still tense and didn't know what to expect. And fortunately for me, when I checked the emails that I had gotten, the first person that I was going to meet was Lynn. So those of you who know Lynn, Lynn is very friendly, and that was like my third or fourth time that I was going to meet her. Had had some other meetings with her prior to that time. So it was very, like, I was able to ease into it and it calmed me down because it was just a conversation. It didn't feel like an interview as you would expect. And because she already knew me and what I was about, I think the key question that Lynn had for me was about seeing that I'm involved in all of these things. How was I going to be able to manage to add on this job? So that was a key thing. And I was like, oh, I mean, I always have space for things, unless if I don't want to do it. If I really want to do it, I'll make time for it. And this is not the first time I'm going to be combining work related things to school related stuff, like those kind of things. So that was it. And the next person was, I think, Joy. And Joy too it was more of a conversation, and they were all curious about how I've managed to do the things I've done so far. And it made me excited. After that, I think that's when I was now to meet the engineers on the team. And that point too, I didn't really know what to expect. So I was now going to meet the engineers on the team. Um, I met one of them, and it was pretty cool. Like, mostly all the conversation was around, okay, we've seen you do these things, you do live coding, teaching your peers, and still surviving in the program. How are you able to do it? Like, what's your motivation? Why do you keep doing this? It was only one person, the CTO, who is now the VP of engineering. And those of you in ALS will know him, Guillaume. You see, Guillaume, most of the projects, you see that he was the one who created most of the projects. So the only thing that Guillaume asked me that was like technical was about inheritance in Python. So yeah, okay, if somebody who is totally new from this thing comes to you and say they do not understand inheritance. Hello? I can't imagine that this microphone is giving up on me like that. Hello? Hello? So now I realize that the microphone that I was using cannot be trusted for very long if I want to do something for long. But I hope you can hear me, and I hope it is better. Okay, so as I was saying, when I met, all right, great. When I met Guillaume, what he was asking me about was if someone came to me that they didn't understand Python, inheritance in Python, how will I go about it? And that was so as part of the assessment that I did, I was supposed to create a task and create the checks for the task. So for the first time, I designed my own checker. I created a task. I designed my own checker, and that there were about 4 or 5 different topics, and you needed to choose one of those topics to create the tags and create the checks for it. So I had done that already, and the tags that I chose to do was on. I think I'm getting. Please, do you like the audio? I feel that I don't like how it sounds. Is it okay for you? All right. So I had created the tags on Python inheritance, and this was something I had also done a live session on. Taught people, so it was quite easy for me to be able to explain that. All right, great. Happy to hear that. It's okay. So that's how I went on to explain to him how I approach it and say, oh, for me, when I'm teaching, mostly I like to connect the known to the unknown. So there is something obviously this person knows, and if I can draw from that to what they do not know, it would be helpful. And the concept of inheritance, for instance, every human will appreciate inheritance from the family side. So I can use that to illustrate it. And I went on and on and on.
And when I finished, I think he asked a follow-up question, which I do not remember. But then that was just the technical aspect. The rest was more of the things I'm doing, how I'm going to keep up, and all of that. Then every one of them too will ask, "Do you have any questions for me?" And for me, I've learned that whenever I'm asked that question, I always should have a question. Like I should, even if I don't have a question, I'll have a question for you. So before I met with any one of them, I had gone to LinkedIn and checked out their profile, seeing the things they've done, checked Google, I see anything they've done at all, so that I can have a conversation, you know, if they ask me to ask them any question. So that really went a long way, and I had a wonderful conversation with everyone on the team, and I was very excited about it. I think a day or two afterwards, Julian sent me I think it was even on Twitter. He sent me a DM that yeah, it's a green light, so I should be hopeful for the role. So that's how it went. I mean, not too crazy, but it was quite good. And knowing that I was a student too at the time, combining that with the work and all. But I'm excited anyway. And the fact is that even I get to do a lot of things that I didn't imagine. I didn't think that they would pick, or anybody at all would pick, just a student and leave those kind of things in your hands. But it's in the process stretching me and letting me learn and really use the things that I need. So it was at that point in time when getting into the role, that was a point in time where the imposter syndrome, as they call it, was really high, you know, because what if, even though I think I know these things, what if on the job I actually find out that I do not know them like I'm supposed to know them? What if they expect a lot from me and I end up not delivering? Like, do I really fit in this role? I'm still a student, like that kind of thing. I think it was that point in time where the imposter syndrome was really high. But then I was ready to learn, and the how I managed to convince myself was that, hey, it's an avenue to learn. You're still a student, right? So you're going in there to learn. Just keep your head down, go in there and do what you got to do. And as soon as I started work, my first day at work, I was given some tasks. I think Julian even sent me the tasks before I started work. So he sent me, like, he was going on leave, so he sent me the tasks the weekend before Monday when I was to start work. Then that Monday was a holiday, so I was practically starting work on Tuesday. So Tuesday I had a meeting with Guillaume, and by the time I had a meeting with Guillaume, I was almost done with the assignments that Julian gave me. And Guillaume was surprised, like, how on earth did you finish this thing in one day? Like your first day at work and you're almost done with this thing, you know? So that kind of gave me the boost that, okay, I mean, it's possible, I can do it. And I haven't looked back since, and kept doing some great things. And yeah, I'm really loving the experience here. Hopefully we are able to do a lot more than we are doing right now. All right. Tony Blaze says that's great. Your drive really inspires me. Happy to hear that. And I think that's the goal, to live a life of impact. And that's how we're going to do it. I was just reading something on LinkedIn, a message in my DM I'm about to respond to. And the person ends the message like, I hope you consider the fact that Africa needs a change and Africa needs more educated, skilled workers in Africa. I look forward to hearing from you. And I feel that that's one of the things that I'm looking at. We need to push as many people as are willing to be pushed. So for me, I want to dedicate my life towards that. Instead of fighting to be the only one at the top, I want to be able to carry as many people as possible. Even if we don't get to the top and we are able to move to like at least some heights, I feel that a lot can be accomplished with that. And that is one thing I really long to do in this life. All right. So let's go back to our focus session and keep learning and working. And we'll be back for another discussion after 60 minutes. All the best, everyone, as you study. Hi, 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 hi. Yes, break time, please. Ooh, how is studies going on for everybody? Time for intellectual intercourse. um, what are you all learning today? What can we learn from what you're learning? I think you guys too have to start teaching me some of the things that you're learning. Doesn't always have to be me teaching. What are you learning? What interesting thing have you found that you think I should know of, or any other person on the stream should know of, or will benefit from? Yes, anything? Marilla, today I think you missed the first part as well. So we talked about something that you may want to check out as well. Um, import models in Python. Okay. Import models in Python. That thing till now usually confuses me. Like when you're importing the syntax for importing models, the that of JavaScript and Python confuses me. So I'll write it one way, then when VS Code starts shouting at me, then I'll switch to the other. You know, in one of the languages, you write from this import that, but in the other language, you write import this from that. So I'm almost always confused about it. I think in Python it is from this import that. Almost always. I mean, I think that's Marilla. Is that what you learned? Say from which? Say from sys import argv, something like that. From sys import argv. I usually get confused with it, and I start thinking import argv from sys. Uh, so share with me what's the right way to do it, and how will I remember it forever and not get confused about it? Yes. Oh, okay. So when you say you find it a bit straightforward, is it like just how I'm saying it? So from this import to that, that's how it is in Python. Like right now, as I'm talking about, I can't really remember the exact thing. Except that I know it's either of these. So if I try one and it doesn't work, then I try the other one. But I think it should be from this import to that. Okay. Yeah. So from this import that is it okay anyway. So in JavaScript right now I like to use require instead of import. JavaScript initially didn't have like import. It used to be just require, but the ES6 syntax, the yeah ES6 syntax introduced import, and now you get to use that. But I think with imports in JavaScript, it starts with import, and that's what sometimes confuses me. Let me just share my screen and let's see if I find anything. And I hope I don't end up confusing you too. I mean, don't get confused. As you said, you are yet to start with JavaScript, so focus on what you've learned in Python. That's all. Uh, we are looking forward to OOP. Yeah, it's an interesting concept, and a lot of people run away from it. But I feel that it's very good to learn. When you figure OOP out, it's easy to pick up languages like um, Java, C++, like those OOP heavy languages. It's easy to now figure them out. So yeah, look out. Sorry. So let's say import statements, Python versus JavaScript. Or maybe we should go and ask ChatGPT. I want something recent. Okay, this is talking about imports in JavaScript. Mm-hmm. So you see, in JavaScript, it is import this from this. You see how it is. It says, let me zoom in so that you can see. In JavaScript, that's how it is from import this from that. But in Python, it will be from this, import this. So sometimes when I'm writing either of them, I get confused. But hey, I mean, the good thing is that if you try this, it doesn't work, you know that it is the other way around, then you just go ahead and do it. Yeah. You mentioned that when you do not want to execute all, so in JavaScript, when we are using this curly braces, like when before you're able to import a model in JavaScript, you'd have to export that thing, that's whatever you want to be able to import, you'd have to export it when you are creating it. So the fact that the file exists doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to import it. And I think that is possible in Python. In Python, once you have created a file, you can go ahead and import something from it. But in JavaScript, you have to explicitly export the things that you want to be able to import from it. So when we are using the curly braces, we are able to now select specifically the things from that file. Maybe it's a variable that you created, a function that you created, or a class that you created, and you want to have access to just that thing. You use the curly braces to destructure those ones, or you select the exact thing from the JavaScript model that you want to import. Yeah, so that's also pretty cool. This is the the previous, or like the usual way that this was done in JavaScript. So previously it used to be just require. You would only require something like this, and now this has been introduced. I guess that's because it's a similar syntax in other languages. So yeah. Mm, since I found it hard. Oh, OOP. Doing self teaching, hoping to dive deep with ALS. Yeah. Yeah, I think you just need to give it time. You need to give it time and like keep working with it. Even till now, I understand the concept and all, but I hardly use it in any of the projects that I use unless there is like a requirement for me to use it. I don't confidently just go on to use OOP. Except that sometimes I know that I wish I'm using. So when I used to code in PHP, I was doing a lot of OOP. Even then, I didn't understand so much about it, but I was doing a lot of it. Especially, I was learning how to build my own MVC framework from like vanilla PHP, and that was when I started learning about OP and stuff. It was quite difficult, but eventually I was able to write some code that, oh yeah, like this is cool. But aside that, and for JavaScript for instance, I hardly hardly would I don't think I've ever written using OOP unless for when I was teaching it and when I was also learning it or doing an assignment, but on my own. However, I look forward to being able to use them in projects because sometimes it makes the code modular and it's good. Like reusability of your code, if you really know OOP, it goes a long way. And at least I think I started doing PLD on it. I did only the first one and I didn't come back again. That's unfortunate. I didn't get the time. Uh, why are we learning so many languages? Hmm. Why are we learning so many languages? I hope the question is not addressed to ALS. I hope you're asking like a general question as why we are learning so many languages. Um, I mean, for me, I think it totally depends on you as the individual. And no, the fact is that you can really do much with a single language, right? So, for instance, say you want to learn Python and you say you want to learn Python alone and you want to be doing web development. That's not feasible. It's not possible, right? If you want to be doing web development, you need to know HTML. You need to, like, every one of them has a role to play. So it only makes sense for us to learn those ones. But essentially, it depends on what you really want to do, what you want to become, the market you are trying to enter in. Please, sometimes just take your time and go and watch what people are saying, like what the JDs, job description for various arts out there. Sometimes when you read some of them, it's like they are looking for a whole IT industry in just one person. Like, oh, you need to know this, know that, know that, know that. Oh my god. Like some of them, when I see it, I'm like, even till now, after learning all the things I've learned, like I look at the JDs and like I don't qualify for any of them. I'm like, God. So when, when, when will I also qualify for these jobs? It's so frustrating. But sometimes we just don't have a choice. But I think if you really know what what you want to do, Sorry. If you really know what you want to do and you are ready to work on it, I believe that you'd be able to narrow down to the parts that you need to narrow down, like focus on them and specialize in them. When you do not know exactly where you're going to be, what you're going to do, that's when you spread yourself across these things. But the disadvantage of spreading yourself across them is that you don't get enough time to master the ones that you are supposed to master. Okay, so totally up to you. For me, my advice is that see the first year that you are doing it as a year of exposure, getting exposed to all of these things and understanding that, oh, okay, so I need this to do this, this is used to do this. And when you take this inside it, these are some of the things that you are considering. Like, get exposed to all of them. But then when you are done, I mean, after that first year, then you begin to narrow down in a particular one. Okay, like, hey, this is it that I want to focus on. So that at least, like right now, I'm sitting here. I don't remember the last time I wrote code in PHP, and I can't remember a lot of the things because when I was learning PHP, I didn't know programming as I know it now. I was just, okay, if you want to do something like this is how it is done. That's all. Like, no understanding, but I could use that to write some things. So right now I hardly remember anything in PHP. But if I say I'm looking for a job and the role is for PHP developers, I can literally go and, like, I will just go and apply for it. Then I'll start doubling down on PHP. Say I spend the next 2 weeks revising the PHP syntax as much as possible. But then, I'm not going to struggle to understand what a function is, what an array is, what a multi-dimensional array is, what is object-oriented programming. Like, now I understand all of those things. I've been introduced to them before. So all I'll need to catch up on is the syntax of that particular language. And fortunately for me, it's a language that I've been exposed to before. So it's easier for me to pick it up. So I feel that first year, that is what you should focus on. Getting exposed to these things and knowing that, oh, okay, this thing exists, this is how it works, this is what you use it for. Then eventually when you want to settle on something, choose the one that is the most relevant pertaining to what you want to do, the kind of job you're looking for, the requirements that what programming languages do they require, and all of that. I think that goes a long way to help. Marilla says, I think with ALS, learning different languages helps with understanding concepts. Feel like that's the reason with ALS. For example, with concepts like DSA and programming paradigms. The Vasily says, it's crazy. I saw that yesterday. I'm like, I can't learn all of this. It's impossible. I've decided to go into cybersecurity. Oh, okay. That's cool. I mean, just as I'm saying, you shouldn't see it as like I need to be a master of all of these, right? Somebody like me, I think differently about these, right? Because my goal is that I want to learn as many as possible because I want to teach as many of these as possible. Like, I want to be able to teach it. Okay, so that is my thought process behind me learning these things. It's not like, oh, I want to learn all of these things to be able to use them to build things. Like a language like Python, the Python that maybe I would be using is maybe for data analysis, which I'm now learning. But like for web development and things, I'll only learn it, at least for now, until there is really a need for it. I'll only learn it because I want to be able to teach it. The ones that I'm learning for work, like when you ask me to produce a software for you, or develop a software for you, the one that I'm going to use personally, I'm going to use JavaScript and JavaScript frameworks. So at the end of the day, I could say that, oh, okay, I'm just going to focus on JavaScript. So if not for the fact that I want to know these things to be able to teach them, I will just go focus on JavaScript related things and master those ones. But at least I'm trying to expose myself to the other ones so that I'm able to come and teach them as well. And cybersecurity, I don't know much about cybersecurity and the requirements as such. So I don't know if you're using any programming language and what programming language you'll be using or not. I really don't know much about it. But what I say is that whatever it is, as being a cybersecurity expert, you need to appreciate how the systems were developed to be able to protect those ones or come up with solutions to it. Okay, so if we are looking at say SQL injection, you need to appreciate how SQL is like when people are building systems, what are the various ways that they use SQL to build the systems, those kind of things. So having knowledge in software engineering, I think, is a plus for anyone who is a cybersecurity expert because you begin to appreciate exactly how these systems were built in the first place for somebody to be able to now come and hack them. So when you are thinking about it, you now think as an engineer, go back and reverse engineer what has been done. So this system, for me to be able to protect it or see if there is any vulnerability with this system, I need to understand how did they even come together. Did a person do this? Did they do that? Did they consider this? Okay, so I feel that having that background knowledge goes a long way. But I don't have any expertise or knowledge of cybersecurity, so I can't say much. Yeah, variable names in PHP. That's very funny. I wonder, imagine learning that as your main backend like language or the main programming language, because prior to that, all I knew was HTML, CSS. Then even for JavaScript, it was jQuery that I focused on. Then I moved on to PHP and I'm seeing all of this. No, like I mean, I started using PHP, seeing all of this. Then eventually, when I joined ALS and I started learning C, Python, JavaScript and stuff, and I realized that oh, we don't even use this dollar sign anywhere. It was quite strange. I like that you love teaching by saving us on the daily. Oh, system DevOps. Oh, okay. System DevOps. Oh, it's not easy. I mean, there's a host of things to learn, right? A host of things to learn. But make sure at the end of the day, so it's always good. These things are not things that become useless, right? You never know when you find use to them. And if we're here when we're having the discussion yesterday on the things I learned from the meeting with Shelly, she talked about as a young person or wherever whoever you are, like it's never a waste to learn in demand skills. So these are skills that are in high demand. For instance, cybersecurity is one skill that I feel is going to go on the rise, like, way higher than it is now. Because now, previously, all systems were developed by humans, right? But now we are developing a lot of systems with AI, and humans, as inherently lazy as we are failing to really pay attention to the code that the AI is generating for us. That AI generates code for us. It works. That is all we care about. So we hardly dive into the code itself to figure out if there is anything that can be done about it or not. So I feel that that opens us up to a lot of vulnerabilities. Then even with the power of AI, people who are, if you want, call them the bad actors, will now also be using AI to try and get into any system at all. So eventually we're going to have higher need for security. And say for instance, things like when we want to do like test how robust a system is, there is a concept known as penetration testing also. This can now be automated, and things like DDoS attacks, and now creating bots is easier. You can just get millions of bots to be attacking somebody's system. And these bots, I mean, you could generate these ones with AI in a couple of seconds, and thousands of them, deploy thousands of them. And now, even a system that, say, somebody's app that they created for their own basic stuff, and somebody is trying to hack them because it is hackable or something. Like, I feel that the demand for cybersecurity is going to go high. DevOps too is really a big deal now, because humans, we are lazy, inherently lazy, and we would almost always look for a way to automate things if it is possible. So that is where DevOps comes in largely, to help developers automate things that used to be very tedious to do. I mean, operations, especially like for instance, when you start companies, startups, for instance, previously nobody really talked about, oh, do I have a separate team for operations? Eventually find out that most of the guys who are working as the developers, they are the same guys who will be doing the operations. It costs a lot of time. So being able to automate this, and I'm saying this from my small experience that I have, even the freelance project that I'm working on as a back end developer, I happen to be the one who is now responsible for the hosting of the thing, running all of these, and it is a lot of work. So I'm looking for ways to automate it every single time. Like, oh, how do we automate this so that as soon as we push code to this, it is automatically deployed to the production server, replaces the old one. So that's the concept of DevOps. And I feel that as we begin to long more and more for automation, because we want to buy ourselves time, it becomes very relevant. So yeah, something to think about. And mind you, all of these skill sets are like in demand skill sets, so you don't need to worry so much about them. There are things people are looking out for, and if you get to know them very well and you become a master of it, there is definitely a place for you, and that is what we should concentrate on. Yep. Anyway, I don't know. I know it's evening for some of you. I still have a few things to finish up before I leave. So I may want to go for, say, 30 minutes focus time before I take a break, because today I didn't start work early. So if you are still around, then let's go for a 30 minutes focus session before we end the session and I take my break. Okay. All right. So 30 minutes, keep learning, and we'll continue our discussion. If there are any or any other questions, we'll talk about them during the last break, which is after the 30 minutes. All the best, everyone. Yeah, last break of day. So great. I'm glad that I was able to get that thing done. That's been a task on my to-do list for 3 days. So happy to finally get rid of it from the list of to-dos. Yeah, ALS is really amazing and everything is good. I agree. And Alvin says, "Hi Obed, love your work and what you do. How how many languages have you learned so far?" Ooh. Anyway, thanks Alvin. But number of languages haven't really thought about it, but I think it's just a few. Like I, the when was it? I was forgotten exactly what we were doing, but I was checking something with my seatmates the last time, and we saw a list of programming languages that exist. Oh my god! I realized that there were a lot of them that I have not even heard of. It's not like I know of them and I haven't learned them before. I haven't ever heard of them, but they exist. Like, so when you take that whole pool of programming languages, I don't think I've learned up to 1% of that, you know, because all I know is what we've been taught in ALS plus PHP, which I learned by myself. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I know people don't count HTML as a language, but whatever. I mean, it's still a language. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Python, C, PHP. Yeah, I think that's all. Unless if you want to start counting Bash. Yeah, because some people do count it as a language. Um, yeah, kind of. So I think for me, that's what I know so far. And maybe going forward, I may, depending on if I find a need to learn any of them. But as I keep saying, for me, my goal is not like to master all of these to use them to work, but to master some of them to an extent that I'll be able to teach them. Okay, so who knows? Maybe I'm going to remain a teacher for long. So that's my goal, to be able to teach. Um, Pretty much it. For now, I still feel that there's a lot. I have a lot of gaps in knowledge when it comes to almost all of these programming languages that I'm talking about. There's still a lot for me to learn. Like CSS, for instance, the moment I stop writing CSS for a while, I begin to forget them. There are things in CSS that I'm not very comfortable with yet because I haven't used it practically, or haven't used it well enough for me to say that I'm very comfortable with it. For instance, using animations in CSS. I haven't really, like, I haven't been able to wrap my head around it totally. And what I mean by that is that I can't confidently do CSS animation right now. I'd have to refer to the docs to be able to pick out something. Oh, okay, so I want transitions. This is how I'm going to do it. Transformation. This is what it means. Okay, I want this one instead. Or I would have to play around it to know, okay, so I don't want this direction. It's rather this direction. Try and error until I get it right. So, and it's applicable to almost every programming language I know so far. Even JavaScript, there are a lot of things that I still would have to go back to the docs to find out, or search online, or seek help to be able to get the thing done the way I want it done. So I'm not like perfect, and I don't know if anybody at all in this world is ever perfect in those things. But I know for sure that the one that you work constantly with, that is what you become so used to. You get to know the syntax so well that you don't have to think about it when you are using it. And even with that, programming is such that, unlike other skills, like a skill like riding off a bicycle, when you are starting to learn it, it's difficult. But eventually, when you figure out how to ride a bicycle, like someone like myself, I've been riding since I was in primary school, like since I was very young. And if I don't ride bicycles now, till say 5 years from now, and you give me a bicycle, I'll still be able to ride it. Okay. And I can ride it comfortably. But programming is a bit different in that even if you've done a particular language for 10 years and you've become so good at it, we expect that if we leave a gap of say 2 to 3 or 5 years, when you come back, because you had that 10 years of experience, it should be that easy for you to just pick up, just as you would have done in the case of a bicycle. But then it's not the case, because by the time you get back after 5 years, a lot has changed in that particular programming language. And because of that, you still have to go back and learn. So I don't think there is any single individual who has like everything covered and they don't have to search on anything at all. And that's gap is good for lifelong learners, because it makes you always want to push and learn. Like, you know that there is something that you are yet to achieve. The moment you become complacent, like for instance, let's say local dialect, whatever your official language or local dialect, the language that you are used to, that you speak fluently in, you hardly ever bother yourself to want to learn more about it, you know, because you were learning it when you were young, but eventually you got hold of it and you don't even bother to learn any new things about it. But the truth is that even that particular language that you speak so well, it's not everything that you know in it. Like sometimes, so here in my local dialect, I read a Bible sometimes, and there are some terminologies that have been used in there. I've never come across it before. It is my first time and I don't even understand it. So what helps me is that I use the English to now say, oh, okay, so this is what they were trying to say over here. Oh, okay, so this thing means this way. Otherwise, I call my mom to ask my mom to explain it to me. She's very good at reading the local dialect. So she's the one that I run to most of the time. And I keep reading. No, it's not very often. I usually read the English, but I read that just to keep in touch with my local dialect, because now almost everywhere it's English that I speak. Even with my family members, when I call my brothers, we are speaking English. So I would have to keep up with my local dialects by reading, and the book that I have available to read is the Bible. So I try it sometimes. But the point I'm making here is that even the language that you were born with, when I say you were born with, meaning right from birth, that's the language that people were speaking. And you've been exposed to this language for how many years now? Even with that particular language, there are still things that you do not know in the language. And a lot of us are not even comfortable or confident enough in the language that's our native language or the language that our parents spoke. And that's the reality. But we don't think about it, and we start beating ourselves when we start learning a programming language for 2 months and we have not been able to figure it out. So, oh no, I've been trying to learn this thing. It's so difficult. Programming is so difficult. It's not for people like me. I don't think I can do it. Oh God, I don't think I can do it. Then you ask, how long have you been learning it? Say for the past 2 months. Like, are you kidding me? You've been learning it for 2 months and you are killing yourself already? Tina, you've been learning for 2 weeks. you know so we don't have to really beat ourselves like that. Even the ones that you've been learning, for instance, English. I've been learning English ever since I went to school, but I still struggle with some English words. There are some vocabs that I'm hearing for the first time almost every day, and striving to learn more. But I think that as a lifelong learner, what really helps you is acknowledging that that gap in knowledge exists, because you always want to fill it up. And the truth of the matter is that it's never going to be filled. There's always or almost always going to be a gap yet to be filled. But you want to be able to get to a level where you're comfortable enough to use the language to communicate. And that's the same thing as in programming. You want to be able to use that language to do whatever you need to do. And you realize that even the spoken language, the human language that we speak, you tend to use one language more than every other language. And I keep saying the easiest way to know which language you are most comfortable with and you like to use is to think about the language in which you think. A lot of us do not even think about that, but start catching yourself in the process of thinking and find out what language you are using to think. That is the language that you are most comfortable with. So if you find yourself thinking in English, then it means, because your brain, this mind of ours that we have, it likes the easiest things. Soft life. it likes the easiest things, you know. So it will always default to the one that it feels most comfortable with. And remember, mostly when you are thinking about things, you are not so conscious about which language you are using to think. So the brain will automatically select the one that you are most comfortable in. But then, I mean, just to translate that concept into programming, in programming, you are going to also get to the point where there is one particular language that you are so good at that by default, anytime they say develop something, you're thinking of how do I implement this thing in it. Like we are thinking about, say you are hearing for the first time, we want to develop an application that solves this. Your brain will automatically jump using that programming language to think that how do I solve this thing in, how do I do this thing in this programming language? Then you know that this is the language that you're most comfortable with, and you want to keep getting better at it, and keep the gap will always be there. And I think that's what a lot of people refer to as imposter syndrome. You're going to feel it, you're going to feel that you're not enough, you don't know enough, there is more to learn, and there will always be. Just accept the fact that that's our reality as humans, and you accept the fact that you are going to be a lifelong learner for you to succeed at this. Like you can't learn today and say that, oh, I've learned this programming language. I know JavaScript, that's all, and you're done. You don't learn it again. No. And by learning JavaScript, it doesn't mean you would always have to go and read what is a variable or how do I create a variable in. No. You keep working with the ones that you have, then with time you'll be exposed to things that you do not know, and you have to figure out, oh, how do I even do this thing in JavaScript? Then you learn that one, you add on. There are times that you get somewhere and something you knew you had forgotten, so you have to go back and go and revise and be able to use it. So that is the most important thing. Alvin says more than it's one is quite a lot for someone like who just started. I marveled as you were counting. Oh, really? Don't worry. I mean, it's only a matter of time. Like you wouldn't have a choice as a programmer, developer, and engineer. You don't have a choice than to learn them. So as you are just starting, and obviously when you were giving birth to, you didn't learn more than one language. Like right now, at least, if not for anything, I do speak English. I can speak my local dialect, which is in Zima. I can speak Tree to an extent. I can speak Fanti to an extent. And French, I can pick up some French words here and there. I'll see, oh, when you write French, I know that this is French, and at least I know some vocabs, even though I cannot speak it. But when I was giving birth to, I didn't know any of these languages. You always have to start from one. Then when it becomes necessary, like when I started going to school, it was necessary for me to learn English. That's what was used as the medium of communication in school. So I couldn't say that, oh, because I've been taught in Zima at home, I'm not going to learn the English, because then I can't survive in school. So I needed to learn English. I learned English. I moved from home to high school. I went to high school in a Fanti town, and I needed to learn Fanti because that's their language. From there, I moved to uni in an Ashanti town where Chi is the dialect. I when I was mentioning the language, I forgot to even mention Dagbani. So it's the same thing. I've been exposed to all of these different languages, and because I've been exposed to it, I have picked up some of them. Some of them I can speak well, some of them not so well, some of them I just know some words in them, right? And that's the same thing when it comes to programming languages. So see it as such that you start from one, but eventually you're going to be able to learn the others. It has its time. Don't force yourself to go and master multiple programming languages when you have not even yet figured out one. And when you're learning them, to don't be so engrossed in the centers of the language, but rather the understanding behind the concepts that you are implementing, so that if you really understand the concept, like if I know, see for instance in life, like spoken language, if I want to say, please come to my house at 5 a.m. Like something like that. It's just an example I'm giving. I can communicate it in almost any language. What is important is that I know that this is the message I want to communicate. So in programming, that is what is referred to as the concept behind it. So what is the concept? The concept here is I want to communicate to somebody for them to be able to come to my place at a specific time. That's the concept. Now, in the medium of communication, I can choose any language depending on the language that the person is going to understand. So if this person is, a French or English, I need to speak a language that they will understand. If I end up saying it in a language that they do not understand, then it's just noise to their ears, right? So I'll now learn, okay, so to be able to communicate this particular thing I want to communicate to this person, what is the syntax? What are the vocabularies in the respective language that I want to use, or the language that they understand? What are the vocabulary and how are things structured in this particular language for me to communicate to them? For instance, you take a language like French, and when you're talking about the adjectives, you need to pay attention to whether it is masculine or feminine and construct it based on that. If it is feminine, there is a way to say it. If it's masculine, there is a way to say it. Okay, so that is more like the syntax of the language. So in the same way, we can do the same thing in Python as well as JavaScript. But in Python, it's going to be a bit different. So if you were here earlier, when I was talking to Marilila about learning about importing models, you realize that it's the same concept. If you understand the concept of importing models, like, oh, there is a file somewhere else and maybe there are functions in it or variables in it, I want to be able to reuse those ones by not writing this whole thing again and just importing everything that is in that file into the new one that I'm working. That is the concept of models. I understand that concept. Now, I ask myself, in Python, how do I do this in Python? Then you say, oh, okay, so in Python, you have to write from then the name of the file, import whatever you want to import from that file. And that is how you use it in Python. Oh, okay, cool. How do I do this in JavaScript? You say, when you go to JavaScript, you rather say, import this from that. So it is the same concept, but then the language that we are speaking is different. Someone is speaking JavaScript, another person is speaking Python. But then eventually we are all doing the same thing. So that is how programming is. And that's why I keep saying that please try and understand the concept rather than the syntax. For the syntax, you can always figure it out. And now, even with the power of generative AI, you can almost always generate the syntax for anything that you want. But you need to understand what you really want to do. So if I know that this is exactly what I want to do, then I can even ask the generative AI to help me on coming up with a syntax for that particular thing. All right. I hope that is helpful. And I like it when we are able to put these things in perspective, especially where I was connecting real human language to programming language. Because sometimes these things seem so far away when we talk about it. But as you see, when you take a look at it, oh, this is how human language is. Like, don't come and complain that programming languages are difficult. Man, it's the same thing. Like, the same struggle you go through to pick up any programming language is the same struggle you go through when you're picking up any other human language. Yeah, I know. Like, human language, your focus is on speaking, right? But then you've forgotten that if you were doing it in school, you'd have been writing. I remember very well. I've done French from like class primary 3 through to high school, junior high school. Then I didn't do it in senior high school. And I did French in undergrad for 3 different semesters. And how you write, I remember French for pharmacists, we're supposed to write, if you are giving a prescription to somebody, write it in French. And this is never easy. It's all the same thing. But then the more you do it, the more you expose yourself to it, And you realize that even for spoken language, permit me to call it human language and computer language. So for human languages, you realize that the more you speak or the more you hear people speak it, the easier it becomes for you, or the easier it becomes for you to pick them up. This means that if we want to translate this to programming languages, then we need to also expose ourselves to it, right? For human languages, I think now I should capture it better in this way. For human languages, exposure to it, frequent exposure to it, is what gives you the ability to use it easily. So if we want to also do same with programming languages, we need that frequent exposure to it. And recently, someone was talking about something that piqued my interest concerning exposure. Like if you are going through, maybe you want to move from point A to point B, and it's bushy, the distance between them or the space between them is bushy, you still have to make a way to get to them, to from point A to point B. What do you do for the first time? You struggle to walk through the bush. But imagine if you walk through that same bush, let me just count now, say 20 times. By the time you walk back and forth through path A to path B in the bush 20 times, you would have created a path for you that becomes way easy. The first time that you're going to struggle, and you have these trees and leaves scratching you. You are trying to push something here, you are pushing this one here, you are pushing this one here, and eventually you are going to be able to go to point B if you keep going. If you don't give up and you keep going, the struggle is real, like it's in your face. And if you are very determined to get to B, you would be able to go there. But even if you don't go there in one go, get tired, come back, come and rest, the following day get up and start moving, you realize that that path that you have already managed to go across, it becomes easy for you to go through. So if you step through those steps over and over and over, eventually it becomes so easy, you do it without thinking. And that is it. Except that we all don't move at the same pace. There are people who would run across it and get tired, come back and run, get tired, come back, run. There are others who walk slowly, moving a step every 3 minutes, a step every hour. What is important is that you keep doing it. If you keep doing it for as long as possible, you're going to be able to pave that way for you to move from A to B. And it's applicable to anything and everything. All right. I'm glad to hear that is helpful. I don't even know what Mandarin is. Is it a language? I have no idea. Is it a language that is difficult to learn? The way you are saying C is going to be compared to Mandarin. I'm guessing that is what it is. Tell me, is it a language? Okay, there is Mandarin language. See, I'm searching for it and I'm seeing Mandarin restaurants, Mandarin prices, Mandarin language. So let's go to Mandarin language. It's the most common dialect used in China. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I've heard one Chinese guy, a Ghanaian that I was watching recently, was asking the Chinese guy if they could speak Mandarin. Yeah, I think so. That's why it sounded familiar, but I didn't know. Oh, okay. Yeah. So very important. And please, it's time for me to take my break, and I need to move out of here, go and stretch the body small. All right. So I hope you all enjoyed today's session, and apart from the discussion we have here, I hope you've been able to learn a thing or two. Tomorrow's mentorship session will come on from 1:30 p.m. GMT to hopefully 2:30 p.m. GMT on Zoom. So at least It's going to be the first time, but I look forward to it. And I'll share the link right about when we are closing the stream tomorrow for us to meet. And those of you who are here, if you aren't today, I haven't shared the link to the group, but if you haven't registered to be a member of the community yet and you are looking forward to it, I'll drop a link in the chat right now so that you join by filling up the form. So the goal is to build a community of lifelong learners, people who are willing to push themselves to get things done, right? And we meet every day here, Monday to Friday. We are here in the morning. Hey, when I say in the morning, God, please. It depends on the time zone in which you are. So the regular time zone is we start around. Hey, me, I've been counting wrongly. Sorry. So all this while that I've been saying 1 p.m. GMT, that is wrong. No, that's not 1 p.m. GMT. Tomorrow we start 1 p.m. GMT, right? That's the time that we start the session. But tomorrow the mentorship session will begin after we finish the live stream. So that will be 6 p.m. or 5:30. That should be 1:30 p.m. So permit me to use my time zone. My time zone is EDT, the EDT time zone. So we are going to start a stream tomorrow, live stream from 9 a.m. EDT to 1:30 when we now switch over to the Zoom session. So 1:30, that should be like 5:30 GMT. Yeah. So tomorrow 5:30 GMT will be the Zoom session, and I'll drop the link when we are about to wrap up the live stream. And I don't mind, even if it's just one person, I'm happy to have a conversation with that person. So hopefully we get to meet you all. Let me drop the link because today I saw some new names in the chat, but then I forgot to give them the link to sign up. All right, so aweniaobed.com/swm if you are interested in joining us tomorrow. Yeah, so for the Zoom session, that will be 7:30 your time, Marilina. Okay, will be 6:30 for Nigerians. Will be 8:30 for those in East Africa. Right, yeah. All right, so thank you all so much for making time to be with us today, and also for engaging and asking questions and making the session interactive. I'm really grateful to you all, and I appreciate you so much. It means a lot to me having people to chat with, even though I'm in this bunker all alone all day. So thank you so much, and I look forward to catching up with you all tomorrow, God willing. If you are yet to finish studying, please go ahead and continue your studies. If you're about to sleep, enjoy your sleep. Whatever you're doing, I wish you the very best in it. I am going to take some break before I come back to continue. So thank you, and catch you all tomorrow. Until we meet again, it's bye. Bye.